How do you know we're sweet? We still my heart the moment I laid eyes on it. You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can. How you will feel? We still my heart. Where will I go? 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 You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Twitch chat. And welcome back to Let Us Play. I'm your host, Father Evan. It's good to be back with y'all today. And I have a guest today. This is my coworker, Alethea.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alethea. I am the Communications and Development Associate here at Busted Halo. That means that I am in charge of processing donations and writing fundraising letters and campaigns and things like that. I've had the pleasure of meeting and speaking with a lot of our donors today, which is really exciting. It's Giving Tuesday. This is our biggest day of the year, my busiest day, and our biggest single fundraising day, the whole 365. Just a little background on Busted Halo, in case you don't know, chat. At Busted Halo, our mission is to, excuse me, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Our mission is to spread a joyful experience of Catholicism and to create a welcoming community of Catholics where you can feel free to ask questions and explore your faith and learn more. No matter where you are on your faith journey, whether you are a lifelong Catholic, whether you have been away from the church like I was for like most of my adult life, and maybe you're thinking about returning, or maybe you're just curious about Catholicism for the first time, we create resources and a space for you to do all those things. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about us, and I think I've done that. What is next on your agenda, Father Evan?
Well, first I want to say thank you for sharing all that, and thank you for all that you do here at Busted Halo. You are such an integral part of the team, and it's a pleasure to get to work with you. And so super excited that you've joined our team this year. Man, it feels like you've been here for a really long time. It was really only since this summer.
Since April, yeah.
That's wild.
I'm having a blast.
Here you go. King Jensla says we look related.
Oh, what do you think?
I think
I'm looking in
I
the
can kind of see it a little bit.
dark hair,
You know, it's the eyebrows,
maybe.
according to Kit. I'm being picked up probably by Alethea's mic as well, so that's life. But to you, Kit, good to see you first of all, and congratulations on winning first today. You have won the crown of Firstendom. You have won it on this most special of day of donating and fundraising, and that's right. As part of the team Busted Halo, I am doing my part to help raise funds. If you donate to Busted Halo today, your funds will be tripled to help support us in our mission. So if you do !donate, you'll get a unique link just for this channel. And if you donate during this stream using that link, you'll be entered into a giveaway. There it is. There's the link. busthalo.com/letusgive. Love that.
Yeah, I like that one.
But anyway, if you enter first place, we'll be winning one of my brand new Let Us Play Level Up Your Faith stickers. Busted Halo sticker. The much coveted Busted Halo ornament. Ooh, so
That's very
pretty.
nice.
So
It's
multicolored
like
this year.
Stained glass.
And a special surprise that I'll be revealing later in the stream. Second and third place will also be winning the stickers. No ornaments, though. So, but yeah, super excited to be here. Before we get started, do you want to give thank you shout out to a couple of folks? Thank you, Stretch McRoobs, Rodney Pumpkin, and Jensela for the follow. King Jensela, is that your alternate account, Jensela? Just King Jensela and Jensela? Or is this a complete coincidence and a different Jensela? Either way, it's great to have y'all here. Thank you for being here. Before we get started into the meat and potatoes, what we're going to be doing today, going to be doing a little Mario Kart with Alethea here.
It's been a while since I played Mario Kart, so.
You're going to do great. Do you want the purple controller or the blue one?
I'll be the blue one.
All right, you'll be the blue one. Okay. So joystick to steer, L and R to drift, and R, I think R's item. No, L is drift, R is item. Left side is your go fast. Bottom is your stop go fast.
All right, I'll do my best.
All right. Gonna turn this up just a wee bit.
Oh, yeah. Unpopular opinion, I really like to be Waluigi every time.
Oh, I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think you'll find that's a very popular opinion
Really?
around here.
Oh, not my family at least.
Extra clean, welcome. Good to see you.
We
But we'll have a Luigi versus Waluigi fight then.
I love when you win, like in Mario Party as Waluigi, and he takes out the rose. That's why.
Step 0 is tiered 300 bits. Oh dear. You don't have to join me in this, Alethea, but you can if you want. So when someone gifts 3 Waluigi Best Princess, absolutely bad, Roxy. So when someone gifts me 300 bits, I have to eat a bad candy.
Oh, I've
You
heard
do
about
not
this.
need to have the bad candy, but if you want to, if you're like, that sounds interesting,
Well, we'll see depending on what it is.
yeah, you have the option, I don't.
All right, I've just created an interesting card for myself, so. Yeah, I think this looks best. All right.
There you go. Some of the it's true, some of the candies are actually good.
Some of
Some of them are interesting. A lot of them are bad.
I have seen the drawer, Chad, so I'm a little nervous. Mostly for Father Heaven, because I have the chance to opt in.
I've had almost all of them at this point.
Really?
Oh no!
What do you got?
Oh no, I haven't done this one in a while.
Ooh, I will do this one with you. I do want to try a Mega Sour.
Okay, it's sour. Just what you wanted. You didn't even have to spend 1,000 bits, because if you spend 1,000 bits, they can just pick.
Ooh. Do they know what's in the drawer?
They know the greatest hits.
What's the worst one?
Probably the pine cones. Yeah, candied pine cones.
Candied pine cones or
Yeah.
candy pine cones? Like, is it an actual pine cone or is it candy shaped like a pine cone?
Like, it's an actual pine cone.
Oh, it is.
Like, that, it just straight up is a pine cone.
It smells like licorice.
Well, that's because there's a lot of licorice in the drawer.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. Licorice is.
Sour pickleballs, those don't exist.
Alright. I'll take a red one.
There you go. Well, Giving Tuesday.
Cheers. That's good sour.
Hmm.
Does it stay that sour the whole time or does it?
It will fade, but then the center is actually more sour.
More.
So it turns sour sweet, then it's sour again. Oh, okay.
I feel like I'm gonna drool. It's so sour.
It is. All right, hit the right hand button. No.
Oh. I took a picture.
On
What are we doing?
that one.
Oh. Sorry.
It's all good.
Don't roast me, chap.
Any particular set of courses you like?
No preference. It's not Rainbow Road.
What did I have, Brandon? Now now we're driving in pairs. Let's do the special cup. Remember, I donated. I've also donated bits because that's fundraising stream without mild pain. Yep. Nope. Thank you for your contribution, Step Zero.
Everything counts.
I don't think the bits get duplicated or get tripled, but
What's that?
I don't think we can get the bits to count as triple as donation.
Okay, wait, wait,
But it does go to all of us.
where's morale?
It's left item for fun, by the way. I got that backwards.
With what?
Left bumper, like your left index finger for your item, and right bumper for tripping.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, those Mega Sours I actually have to get special imported from England.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't know how much sour juice is?
Nope.
Well, what it is, that's what it is. the turtle shell. Oh, but...
Well, it's Mario Kart, so you never know when you'll just get a blue shell or a bullet bill or... Happy birthday to me!
Wow, now you left.
We used to sing that every time we saw a blue shell go by when we were playing Mario Kart in college. Oh! Kid is reading. That's purple, perfect for Advent.
Oh, it's like foaming. Foaming. Oh. No!
I'm coming for you.
No!
I'm coming for you.
What is that you have here? Oh.
Whoop. Hey, Gail, thank you for the 2-year resub. Thank you so much for all the support.
Who's beating me, Baby Mario?
Several people are beating us, it looks like. No! Got too aggressive.
Me too. But who beat us? Some pretty cave first.
Funky Kong, apparently.
Come on, Funky Kong. What the heck?
I wish I could actually taste this candy, but, you know, after all that sour powder, taste
No?
buds are just gone.
I don't think it was that sour. I kind of like it. I'm waiting for the center because you said that was more sour.
Actually, what? 73 people who own a Switch but not Mario Kart 8. I mean, if you get Switch Online, the DLC is free. Can I differentiate the streams? Donations from stream for all of us? Hell yes, if you use the link. The link will track you as coming from the stream, and that's how you'll be entered into the giveaway specifically. Get back here, Mario. Oh, so I'm just bumping into everything. Yow.
Oh no! That was good.
I mean, where we're going, we don't need roads, but I think we still need to see. No! Who is who? I am on the left, Alethea is on the right.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's second level. Oh.
Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna be expensive. Oh, it's mine.
Yeah. Oop. Accidentally unplugged Alethea's headphones.
I'm talking too much.
Alright.
How many races are there?
We're tied at 22 points.
Is this the last one?
There's 4.
I have a chance.
Uh-oh, Gale's redeemed a father joke. You'll like this one as you raise chicken scale. What kind of treats do chickens serve their guests? Coop cakes. They serve them coop cakes.
You just have this prepared.
Yeah.
Do you think about those?
Sometimes I actually do think about them and come up with them, but also Jack can surprise me, and I'm not always able to come up with one best, so it's always good to have a reserve. Well, fortunately, it's with the free currency thing. Couldn't understand because of the echo. Oh, I'm sorry. The punchline is coop cakes. Like a chicken coop. A cupcake. A coop cake. See, explaining the joke makes it funnier. Yeah, what do chickens serve their guests? Yeah, Gale got it. Should have asked. No, probably not, but we live here now. Why does a chicken coop have 2 doors? Because if it had 4 doors, it would be a chicken stand.
I just hit by a huge rock. Oh, how are you in first place? I'm in 6th. Oh no.
There's still plenty of race left.
Oh, my god.
Rayhard says it's probably a good idea that I don't quit my day job for comedy. He's not wrong. Oh, another thing we do right here is the Orotada, readings of the day. So, Step Zero just asked about it. Today's the feast of Francis Xavier, co-founder of the Jesuits, who also, after the founding of the Jesuits, they're like, okay, bye guys, I'm never going to talk to you again. What an interesting dynamic of religious life.
Oof, not my best race.
But you caught up to 5th at least. I mean, it's still anyone's game.
7 points. This is the decider.
He did. He was asked to go to Asia to be a missionary, and he was like, okay. So he went off to India and Japan and China. And he died while he was over there, so he really never came back.
Oh man.
So he kind of was like, hey, I love this order, I love the work we do, I love our being part of the founding group. I'm not going to be a part of the leadership, because I'm going to go somewhere else. Y'all got this. I have another shit. They said, oh no! It's okay, you're still in first.
Oh god, I didn't want to do it also.
And right off the edge. Oops. I got too aggressive there.
Oh no, focus on!
Too much.
Oh no! Darn it! I was in first like the whole time. Funky Kong beat me.
Ah,
I can't believe it.
well, I think you did better than me though, because I just finished an 8.
Twice bested by Funky Kong.
Okay, final score. We tied.
We tied, but we both lost to Funky Kong. Alright.
All right, go team. We tied for second.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Mel says hello. Mel, this is my coworker Alethea.
Hello, everyone.
To anyone else joining us now. Good job. Not the players.
Ooh, highlight reel.
Yep. You did in fact
You
spell it
did?
right.
Yes, that's rare. So congratulations to you. Thank you so much. I rarely get that, so that is a great joy to me. I guess I'll do a little sign off. Thank you for having me. This has
Thank
been
you for
super
being
fun.
here, and thank you for all that you do here at Busted Halo.
Thank you.
So,
Just for anyone who joined later, didn't hear my little intro, I do all of our donation processing and fun stuff like that. Today is Giving Tuesday, my busiest day of the year. I'm really glad I got to take a little time out and play play a little Mario Kart, and chat with all the chat. If you are interested in donating, you can do the Xclam donate. Is that what it is?
Mhm.
All right, I'm learning Twitch. Some of you may have seen me lurking in the chat. Sometimes I come in and I watch while I'm stuffing envelopes and fun stuff like that. So Xclam donate. All donations today are tripled. Again, this is our biggest day of the year, and we appreciate all of your support here on Father Evan's Twitch channel and support of our mission. Thank you so much.
mhm. All right. Well, I'll let you get back. I know there's a lot of
Busy, busy.
donations rolling in today, so
Yes. I'll let you have your mic back so I don't forget to take that off.
Turn that up. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was perfect, actually, because I'll turn on the PC. So, all right, Twitch. Hopefully, some of my other coworkers will also be dropping by today. I invite them all to come say hi to stream. But Alethea really is a wonderful person to work with. She's our development coordinator, so in charge of all the fundraising. So she is very busy today, so keep her in your prayers. But she's also going to do great work. So I want to dive into our main event for the day. So y'all know that Kingdom Hearts is something I love. I don't think that's a secret. But unfortunately, due to some budget cuts, we're gonna have to cut back. Can't quite always do Kingdom Hearts. So we're gonna do Kingdom Hearts we have at home today. So let me change the category. Let me get this launched. Oh no, indeed, Step Zero. So how this is gonna work? Gonna play some games, you know, some games based on Disney properties that have been featured in Kingdom Hearts games. You know, it's basically the next best thing. I will be skipping through cutscenes. I think we're going for a speed run today of Kingdom Hearts we have at home. Looks like we're starting off with Tarzan. Oh no! What do you mean, oh no? Everything's fine. Okay, so Tarzan's raised by some gorillas. That's great. I want to know. Can you show me? First, play Alice PS3. Don't budget cuts meant I couldn't go anything beyond the PS1. Okay, so it's a 2D platformer of its era. That's, you know, that's fine. Okay, hi Turk, bye Turk. Yeah, Phil Collins really did kill the soundtrack. I don't think Phil Collins did this soundtrack. No, bad monkey. I just exploded that monkey into butterflies. That's a problem. This game's a little quiet. Ah! Budget cuts. No wonder the marathon stream is on Giving Tuesday. Exactly. Exactly. I'm using Catholic guilt. Butterflies and not blood.
Hey, Turk. See this here a butterfly? If you get into trouble and lose all your health, you can return to the last butterfly you passed and start again.
Okay. Pangolins aren't native to the jungles of Africa, are they? I thought they were native to Asia.
Hey, Turk.
Hey, Chizo.
Hey, buddy. Watch the chameleons. They got some nifty climbing techniques. Go for it. Give it a try.
I'm not a chameleon. What makes you think I can do that?
Ah, that's better.
It's a bonfire. This is clearly Dark Souls of Disney games.
Yeah.
Ow! Oh, this monkey is doing so much damage. I'm just gonna run from the monkey.
Ah, that's better.
Honestly,
Hey,
this
Turk.
controls just fine, which is surprising.
T is for Turk.
Just
But this game is really about you. So find a T-A-R-Z-A-N-N-A.
given the era and all.
And get a bonus item.
There's a few
I
species of
still think
sub-Saharan African pangolins. Oh, okay, so the game's not entirely inaccurate.
Got it.
That's exciting to know. But I want to get up on the vine.
Hey, Turk.
Congoted.
Tarzan. Try throwing fruit at those mean old baboons. Bop 'em good, and they...
Do I have unlimited fruit? I don't seem to have limits on how much fruit I can throw.
Ah, that's better.
So Tarzan can just spawn fruit. Hey, Mel, you've gifted a tier 1. Oh, what's happening? Oh, we're playing Pinocchio now. We're playing Pinocchio now. Did I just have a fever dream about Tarzan? I did miss an A. I don't know if I'll ever go back to it. So this is what's happening. Wait, why Pinocchio? This is Kingdom Hearts we have at home, so we're visiting all the worlds. So what's happening specifically is this is a randomizer of about 20 games, all Disney games, based on things that are featured in Kingdom Hearts. It will randomly swap me at instances between 30 seconds and 5 minutes. Mel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. My goodness, thank you. To Manny. Manny finally gets a gifted sub after all the ones he's given. Pterodoc, Emerald Dragon, Dragon Lady, and Agostino Serafino. Anyway, another way is if you donate bits at any point in today's stream, sorry, Step Zero, I can forcibly shift it to the next game as well. There is a version that integrates directly with Twitch and handles that, but I could not get it to work. And trust me when I say I tried. I should do it based on gifted subs too, you're right. Hey look, okay, well, we're going again. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mel. So this is a mix of Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and PS1 games. Hey, Magical Quest, I like this game. I figured there had to be something Mickey-themed in here. If you do 300 bits, do you get a Game Change and a candy? Yes. I'm gonna take my helicopter fruit and go home. You hate Pinocchio. Okay, duly noted. I would love to see what more of that game is. We'll probably get back to it at some point. I have tested all of these, and I have all of these on physical cartridges in my office. Actually, all the ROMs I ripped myself. The donkey thing always scared you as a kid. That's valid. Oh, the slowdown. Chizo, thank you for the 300 bits. Let's spin that wheel. I really should have this wheel set up on my Stream Deck, but eh. Oh, we've changed to Alice in Wonderland in the meantime. But we'll still shift it over afterward. What did we get? We got Umeboshi. Oh, listen to those Game Boy dulcet tones. So this is the weird sweet tea, I think. Or no, Umeboshi's the plum. It's not sour. But it's it is interesting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. The princess games are extra special. Honestly, after an American candy going to Japanese candy, the level of sweetness just like plummets. And so it's really weird. This almost doesn't taste like candy. Oh, that's all almost unwatchable. Princess coded there. There's a lot of princess coded going on in today's stream. Looks like a Barbie game. I mean that in the most literal way possible. You're not wrong. The worst tragedy ever. Shores. Yeah, and a lamb that hurts you. So yeah, now that the horse is fed, the way forward is open. The horse opened the gate for us. We gotta collect this worm. Must be a step lamb. Ah! I didn't see the chicken. Because stepping on a chicken. No, it hurts. Stop jumping on frolicking wildlife. They're not wildlife, they're farm life. How can I miss the chicken? I don't know. That hitbox was weird. Stop jumping on frolicking animals. Well, that's just solid life advice. Where do I live that has multiple stables? Well, not there, apparently. This chicken isn't cooperating. Boo. This platform looks like my worst nightmare. I mean, there's no death pits. Oh, we're playing Aladdin. I know this is a hot topic. This is the Super Nintendo version, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is. I think the Super Nintendo version is better than the Genesis version. That is a item of big debate amongst fans of this game. Hype chest! Well, thank you for the hype train, y'all. Oh boy, I can open my hype chest. You know, if I wasn't streaming. Ow. Ah, I thought I could get out of there. Are there games in here that are worlds from Kingdom Hearts you haven't visited yet, i.e. Lion King? Yes. Well, I mean, Cinderella. Cinderella's a world I haven't visited yet, because that's in Birth by Sleep. Chizo, thank you for the extra 300 bits. Come on. I'm still not even done with the Umeboshi one, so this will get interesting. Cardamom Pastille. That's gonna be a combo. By the way, I do this thing. St. Clair's Organic Cardamom Pastille. I do this thing where I keep all the containers of the candy I have consumed on my desk until the very end. I'm terrified to see how big it gets today. Anyway. Oh, we're back to Alice's... Whoa, Cardamom Umeboshi's choice. Woo! That is a flavor of all time. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at, to be honest. On Commodore? It sure looks it. No, it's on Game Boy Color. Candy makes you fat. Bread makes you fat? Wait, I wasn't supposed to hit that? Am I supposed to collect anything? Oh, that's cute. Your health is the Mad Hatter's hat size thing. So I'm at 1/5. And we're in another game. Oh no. It's just used to chewing my resolve tap. I try to leave the candy in there for as long as possible unless it's truly terrible. This is the Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is featured in Dream Drop Distance. This is on the original Game Boy, that's why it's in black and white. Alice says, wow! Yeah, new game of Chiseler, please. Oh, it's Breakout. I mean, I've only ever spit out one candy on stream, and that was the sour pickle balls. I ate the sour gummy pickle. I actually, I actually swallowed that. No! Is that Esmeralda? Also, why are these birds? Papa Toxic Waste and Solidarity. I've heard that sour, but I have heard Barnett's is worse. I haven't tried a Toxic Waste myself yet. The sour candy is gone. That's been gone for a while, but the umeboshi fired him up. I can't even taste the umeboshi anymore. They're bird statues? Then how are they flying? Statues don't fly, Gale. Gargoyle birds. Well, why did that pie have birds in it that could fly? That seems woefully undercooked. Oh. See, and this is the fun of the randomizer, is it's just gonna drop me back in the middle of levels. It's like where we were in Shizzler there. We're just gonna show up there one day. We're gonna have to panic and be like, what are we doing? Birds are real. I guess we just have to... We are just going to both have to give up different realities. How many games? There's approximately 20, I think. I think there was one IP that's featured in a Kingdom Hearts game that does not actually have a game for sale. Or at least within my confines of. Big Hero 6 doesn't have one, and that's in 3. I think it's Big Hero 6 is Tron. Tron's the other one. Because that's an arcade one, so. There is a Pirates one. Curse of the Black Pearl on Game Boy Advance. If I'd gotten the other software working, and trust me, again, I tried. I was looking into the Lua code, the Java code, the batch file code. All stories are East guys. No. Oh, okay. Well, no more Aladdin. Oh, I think this is the other PlayStation disc. Oh, Traveler's Tales. People remember that brand? That was a brand. That was a studio. Oh no, this is Toy Story. This is on the Super Nintendo.
Yeehaw!
The apartment complex doesn't understand anonymous I fear? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mel. Oh boy, it's Andy's birthday! Get an email asking to participate in a demographic survey. It's voluntary, all responses remain confidential. We use solely for the purposes of improving apartment feedback. Oh! First question, what is your name? Excuse me. That's not how Anonymous works. Ow! No, leave me alone, plane. Ow! We had this game. Hardly ever made it past the first level. Yeah, my cousin had this when we were growing up. I remember playing it at her house and, like, honestly getting stuck at the first jump off, and I still don't entirely know how to play. That's okay, I don't have to play it now. Name, rank, serial number, nothing else. Oh, hey, Tarzan! We can get that A I missed. I wonder how many of these games I can complete today. I wonder how many levels I'll be able to complete today. Hey, Chiso, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's... So much for Tarzan. Hey, we're back in Alice. Oh, I thought that was the door. Oh, this background's trippy. And I'm out of life. If we define complete as game over, most of them I expect. Oh, how long will I be playing? Until I lose my sanity. I plan on going until the usual end time, maybe a bit later. But I also have a backup in case this gets boring. I don't think it is. I'm quite enjoying this so far. And all of its... uniqueness. Ah! So you stopped playing 2 years ago when the channel started? Ha! Bold of you to assume I ever had sanity. Oh, leave me alone, weird bug thing. We will never reach the bottom. Not at this rate. Turns out there is no bottom down there. Wrong way, Mickey! Have some jambling. Uh-oh, what are we jambling on? Will I finish any before the end of stream? Ooh. I mean, some of these games are kind of short. Oh, hey, it's Pirates! Did Mickey just slap that thing? Probably. Like, spinning slap, send it flying away. So I have tested all these games to make sure they work, but I've only played like the first few minutes. Getting content claimed. Safe bet is no. But that is siding with despair. So yeah, this is Pirates. It's an isometric game. I really don't know what it is. Gotta love this jump. Combat! Press speed to jump. Oh, I've already been doing. No. There we go. Oh, that jump is bad. Turns out the... So there's like a Game Boy Advance game for each of the Pirates movies. It turns out. Like, I actually had options. But I decided to go with the original. Jump better. Ah, yes, get good. You have options and you chose this? I mean, do you really think the other options developed by the same studio with the same engine is going to be that much better? Honestly, this looks better than I would have expected. That's fair. It looks fine. It controls like butt. Yay! Okay, everyone, remember this password. Zifor Yivivikuts. Play some real butt GBA games. There are several butt GBA games. A lot of tie-ins. Like this! Okay, what is this green potion? Oh, it restores health. Pirates aren't allowed in Port Royal. I'm gonna run you through. No, I don't think you will. You turned into money. What do you mean I can't go through here? It's an open door! Okay, well, we're done with that for now. Behold, combat. Is this combat? Oh, Winnie the Pooh! So this is a Monopoly game, I think? Would you like to play a board game? Okay, so that side's board games. Gotta love music restarting on every screen. Oh yeah. Take a nap? So I can take a nap, play a board game, or I can go out. There are 8 picture books you should collect in the 100-acre wood. They will be stored in the bookshelf. And if you get a card during your adventure, you can use it in the game or in the carrot farm. Good luck on your adventure through the 100-acre wood. There's a special surprise waiting for you when you explore all of the wood. The Pooh game is a straight-up survival horror. Oh yeah, that game. Yeah, yeah, it's making the rounds on the internet right now. The Piglets game. Play the game? Sure. Do you know the rules? No, but I'll pick it up as I go along. Oh, okay. Oh. You have to roll exactly to get to where you're going. Dave's 100 Acre Wood. Come on down to Dave's Discount Dialysis. Lunch and walking the dog. Yay! Oh, it's Gopher. Hello, Gopher. Hello, Pooh. I am looking for something good. I have something for you. Here's a water can card. I water can't. Meep Mass, where did he appear? I didn't see him. Goodbye, Gopher. You see no Meep. What's odd? Nope. Not play the game. I need to go this way. Oh, I can't go that way. Do you know the rules? No, but I think I have them figured out. What's a watering can do? This helps seedlings grow. Thanks. Why do I have that as a card? Is he behind the side things? He shouldn't be. His layer is above those. Trigger fire could be going awkward off. He was Meep Energy. Yeah, sometimes trigger fire just acts up. And I unfortunately can't do anything about that. Yeah, I use trigger fire for Meep. You know the guy who created it? That's awesome. Can you send him some feedback on my behalf? Okay, now I have a blue fruit. Oh, good. Tarzan doesn't take fall damage. It's gonna annoy this kudu. Crazy evil monkeys. And why are there lemurs on mainland Africa? I thought they only lived in Madagascar. First the chickens, now the monkeys. I know! Everything's bullying me. This is so unfair. Disney's version of Tarzan is in Madagascar, if memory serves. Is it? There are gorillas in Madagascar, though. It has to be in mainland. Disney wouldn't lie to me. Right? Right? One of these days, I'm going to be jumping over a pit and then come back to a game and just... Or I could just do it in a game anyway. It never states where Tarzan is. Although it changes the apes to gorillas. Are they not gorillas in the book? Did Disney lie to me? Can't believe this. You can't trust anything anymore. No! I did it again! It's okay, I'm farming coins, that's what I'm doing. Oh, and there it goes anyway. Goodbye, weird red fruit. Chizo with another 300 bits! Thank you so much. Come on. Switching into... Oh, Final Fantasy 3! You mean 6? Did it say 6? No, it said 3. And chili sour bud tunes. Is Final Fantasy World? Yeah, Hollow Bastion. Where do you think Sid and Yuffie and Cloud and Tifa, where do you think they'll come from? Gotta represent that. Also, should it be 10 or 7? Yeah, but that's not on the Super Nintendo. I already owned this one. Also, I can't skip this cutscene. Oh, these always look so terrible. They look like they have wood chips on them. Ah. Yes, deadly mistakes. End of the world. It is both 6 and 3. Therefore, it is 9. No, it's 2, because they're divided. What am I eating? Chili Chew Sour Buds. Oh, that's a flavor. Also, good to see you late to the game. Hey, hello, Mulan. This one surprised me that it's a Game Boy game and not a Game Boy Color game. How did they expect anyone to read this? Like, imagine this on a Game Boy screen. It is Disney property, Vixen. What showed up? Oh, come on! I made that one. This hurts. You're not playing it. So I guess this is the training montage scene. Ow. Oh, I really need that heart. Yeah, your throw button and your run button are the same, so that's a problem. Whoa! It is always a jarring shift. I need more health for Aladdin. Nope. Or I could do that. Man, these budget cuts are hard. I need more health or I'll die. Dies anyway. Pick up me, hearties. Oh, okay. No, you did not see me. No, get out of here. Get. Oh, this. Oh, that is painful. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. I think it's this. I mean, I heard that Assassin's Creed Black Flag was supposed to be good, but if this is all it is, I'm not that impressed. Penny for Unfortunate Blind Man? Can I give you a penny? Come recited in the good name of Edward Kenway that way. That game is mid at best. As you were telling me Guybrush Threepwood isn't a mighty pirate. Well, he's a mighty something. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh no, they're all angry. But they're very polite. This really is Assassin's Creed style combat. They all take their turns. We'll use a potion. That will jump my way to victory. Oh, hey, okay, we're back here. And step 0 with 300 bits. Oh, we're getting a new game. What game is this? Oh. This is Snow. No, this is Beauty and the Beast. Roast candy. Or brew candy, roasty stout. I haven't had that one in a hot minute. Get ready for some peak gameplay, by the way. What on earth are Swinkle Chunks? Oh. Oh, my sweet summer child. They're terrible. I keep them in a separate drawer. Lucas Swinkle's Chunks Spicy Bites. Their mascot is a duck. Herda, I'm very confused. That's valid. We're just playing some Kingdom Hearts we have at home. And my... Okay, well, we're not playing Beauty and the Beast anymore. We're playing Hercules. This is that 8-bit rendition of Alan Menken music. Currently fighting the flu, I think, spending... Oh no! Sorry to hear that. Prayers for you for healing. I wonder what happened to the studio, TierTex. Because they clearly had the license, or the deal with Disney to make all the tie-in movies for the Game Boy. Look for the bonuses in the trees. Okay, so that's jump. That's attack. It's the same controls as Mulan. They don't like color. Well, these were on the original Game Boy, which couldn't do color. It was a monochrome screen. Oh, there's a vine. Climb the vine. There we go. This fruit candy tastes so bad. Beware of chasms. No, you don't say. Thought maybe you wanted to warn me of the scorpions or the giant dragonflies. Tier Text focused entirely on porting things to Game Boy and such. Worked with license holders closed in 2021. Wow. But hadn't released anything since 2003. Oh. What? You need to do better than that. We're gonna shame you. Wait, I only get 1 life? My controller is acting up. I'm gonna plug it in just to be safe. Up! I knew we'd miss that. Oh, hey, that's a bonus ball. I've got this. I don't know what this is, but I've got it. Hey, I've got Esmeralda, apparently. Other than Phil, their graphics are so nondescript. Could have been any other Hercules. It's so true. Few of the late run GB games would display in 3-color. That's true. These are not late game, nor are they high production value. Hello, Frollo. This beer candy just tastes like sad coffee, honestly. I think have Frollo in the background and not have 8-Bit Hellfire playing, because they didn't pay for the music license. Like, no, we're gonna play whatever this is. Jolly Bowling. Am I gonna bowl a goat? The answer is yes, I am bowling a goat. I think I found the good spot. The Disney Renaissance did have good scores. Oh, not what I meant to do. No, my perfect 300. Yeah, I'm pretty sure TierTech spent all their money on the music licensing on Hercules. And Chizo with another 300 bits. Thank you very much. We're getting swapped into another new game. You better be able to guess this one based on the soundtrack. Let's see what sad coffee gets added to. A different brew candy. The honey ale. Well, now we know at least one game you aren't finishing today. Ha, joke's on you. I actually know how to do the monkeys level. You had the Genesis version? This is the Genesis version. It was cheaper than the Super Nintendo version. Oh, this one tastes like soap. Now I have coffee soap in my mouth. Now it just tastes sad. Well, I guess we're done playing that for now. Oh no. Oh no. It's Hook. Look, this is how bad the budget cuts are. I can't even afford Peter Pan. I have to get Hook. And if you donate today, I mentioned, I'm going to say, plug this again. If you donate, you'll be entered into a drawing. And you'll win a Let Us Play sticker, a Busted Halo sticker, a Busted Halo 2024 ornament, and, like I said earlier, a special item commemorating today. That will be this game, Hook. You will receive this very cartridge of Hook, and I will sign it. And if you want the rest of the team here at Busted Halo to sign it, I will get them to sign it too, but I will definitely sign it. You will get a special one-of-a-kind signed copy of Hook, a piece of Let Us Play history. Special memorabilia. Is it one entry per person, or is there minimum donation? No minimum donations. Just one entry per name. So if you donate multiple times, you can just get the one entry. The swimming is weird. To go up, you just hold down the jump button. And I turned into an old fat man again. Like that the enemy surrender. I think there are other Lost Boys in there. I have not seen Hook in quite some time. But I think it's that Robin Williams was Peter Pan, but he left. And now he's back. And so they're teaching him how to be a Lost Boy again, I think. You just watched it last weekend. There you go. Come at me, Tubby. Mermaid swimming style, legs and chest up. Well, we're mid-swing there. Ah, the other PlayStation game. Do y'all like Crash Bandicoot? Because I've got some Crash Bandicoot we've got at home. It's the definitive version for you. I could never get into it. I don't know. As a kid, I watched it. I think as a kid I thought it was boring for some reason. I honestly don't remember. So whenever, you know, you're over at someone else's house and they're like, "Hey, we should watch this," I'd be like, "Eh, I should give it a,
How you doing?
I should give it another shot." Now these are some PS1 textures. Collect 16 photographs. Okay, how do I do that? With loading screens, apparently. Your parish is mentioned by name in New York Post article today about people becoming Orthodox. The article is badly written and gives the wrong idea. Well, that's the New York Post. Excuse me? Voodoo? Who wrote this game? Like, if you want to give her a magic attack because video game, fine, but calling it voodoo... Which isn't even Hawaiian. Yeah, the PS1 was kicking around. And it, you know, it was definitely cheaper to develop for. Oh, hey, we're getting something else. Oh, this is Nightmare Before Christmas. Which, okay, that was actually really well animated. I almost couldn't get it to work. Yeah, mana would have been more appropriate. It looks like a Castlevania game, honestly. Like I said, I've tested all of these, but beyond maybe the first few minutes of a game, I know nothing about them. I like Jack's animation for climbing up onto a ledge. Like, spinning himself backwards. The way he, like, spiders up. It's so perfect. Do you think Disney owns Danny Elfman at this point? I don't think Danny Elfman's at any legal ability to say whether or not. Jack! Oh, I have a frog cannon. I'm fighting giant bugs. I wonder who that could be connected to. I hate to see what's required to randomly switch between these games and all these different consoles. Actually, it was just a BizHawk plugin. It was actually super easy to get going. I'm sure coding it was another thing, but, you know, shout out to Burst Sunshine for doing that. Also, Burst Sunshine and I are alums of the same school, Utah State. Oh no, there must be some Danny Elfman. No, I'm just saying I think he is so owned at this point that he's not legally allowed to say anything. It's an ultimate NDA, yeah. An author I also like, what Utah State, Larry Correa. I do not know Larry. I'm pretty sure I met Brossentia when I was in college, because we overlapped roughly around the same time, and probably would have been in generally the same circles. Fun fact, Danny Elfman's most consistent paycheck from Simpsons theme. Okay, fair enough. I got a shoe! Okay. What does that shoe do? It's Sally's shoe. Oh. I was having so much fun, I forgot this game existed. All that, and it healed me 1 heart. What is this? This is Mulan. Don't you recognize Mulan? This tune slaps. It's not bad. Yeah, that's an appropriate response. I think that's an appropriate response for all of today. Hey, Britt. A few more pixels. I don't think they could have afforded that. There are more sprites and character animations here than you'd expect. It's true, but also... it's still pretty bad. And this is Game Boy. This is original Game Boy. And now it's a maze. Oh, you can go through the floor so long as you're hanging on a rope. How silly of me. Why does it sound like getting hit sound like a horse braying? Because that's the sound effect they had on hand. Mostly lurking. Swamped right now. Okay. Lurks are always appreciated. When you have time and want to do your perk do, we'll be here. It has speedruns? Of course it does. It's a game. Almost everything has speedruns at this point. In fact, actually, a friend of mine, Gail, you'll get a kick out of this. A friend of mine is actually number 2 in the Danganronpa 100% speedrun category. Was a donate earlier. Hey, well, thank you. 7 minutes, 43 seconds. That sounds like pain and suffering. Yeah, Breedy Bart, who we've raided a couple times. Has that speedrun record. Well, I can also just manually add for it. It's not... It is not impossible. Danganronpa does not seem like the kind of game to do speedrun. Apparently, well, the, any percent's pretty fast, it seems. But the 100%, I think her record is 12 hours, and she's number 2. The number 1 is like 11 hours and change. I'll sit in an electric chair. This seems fine. Was that a save point? Was that a... No, that's a save point. What was the electrical chair? Sparky Calcium. Oh, look, it's got a sign. Well, this looks like a boss. Big spider. Arachnophobia warning, I guess. Is this our first boss fight? Yes. Out of all the games, this is the first actual boss fight. Oops. I just slipped right off that. Oh, that thing is slippery! Oh, yes, so why voodoo? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's like, really? Oh, she just got stabbed in the face. What? I warped back. Don't leave me alone. Oh. See, and this is why I did a minimum time, or... Yeah, minimum time is 30 seconds. Precisely to have shenanigans like this. Okay, so it's random what's in here, because last time it was all, like, stars. Wonder why there's a wide independence movement. Yeah. Have not been to Hawaii. Britt, don't worry about redonating. I will make sure that you are in the drawing. You are regular enough in this community. I can get the list and then I can just manually add your name. Don't worry. Ow, that hitbox was huge. Actively gaming? In Alice in Wonderland? Ah, it's all good, I believe you. Besides, if I really need to, I can, in fact, go through the whole list. I can't imagine there's too many Brits. Oh, right, I was playing Winnie the Pooh's. Why do I have to roll dice? I'm not competing against anyone. This is just an arbitrary busy box. Every single Brit that ever existed to donate. Well, that's actually good. I don't mind that either. Hello, Kanga. Hello, Pooh. It's time to exercise. Let's go to your house and play a gymnastics game. Would you like me to explain the rules? No. Pooh is an arbitrary busy box. He's a toy. It's a rhythm game. And memory game. It's Parappa the Rapper from Holiday Express. Up, down, left, right, left. Up, down, left, right, left. How am I supposed to remember that, Pooh? This is impossible. Also, his head is spinning separate from the rest of his body. He's doing a 360 with his neck. He's possessed. Up, down, down, left, right, EA start. Yep. Left, up, left, right. Oh, Sub-Zero for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be fine when we come back to that. We'll remember exactly what we're supposed to do. I believe in most of us. Burp. Oh no, it's the hyena fights. These are terrible. He says as he gets in one.
Everything.
Roar at monkeys. The hardest part about this level is actually the ostrich parts. So once you figure out your monkeys, it's actually really easy. Saving my bits for Final Fantasy 3 through 6. So I want to see how long we can drag out the cutscene. Well, that intro cutscene is long anyway, so a while. Yeah, see, that's what happens. That the timing on the double jump there is one of the hardest parts of this game, in my opinion. Can't wait to be king.
Cool.
Now see here.
Cool.
This is so nostalgic. Yeah. Ugh. Simba's momentum is weird. Do you know why this game is so hard? I mean, there's the myth of to appeal to renting agencies, but there's not actually as much support for that as you might think. It's more likely that it was actually just developers rooted in a experience of arcade games. So hard to develop a not invented physics game yet with Half-Life. Well, there you go. Oh, we're back to Pinocchio. Look at him skip along. Oh, and Mel's up. Mel says no. Oh, so we're back to Beauty and the Beast. Honestly, the hardest part about this is remembering all the controls. Finding interviews that back up the rental thing? Huh. Okay, well, I had heard that that was actually more of a myth. And Shizo says no more Beauty and the Beast. Hey, we're back to Hook. Yeah, look at me flying. Oh no, I didn't fly enough. Oh no. These are Bezier curves that P-Tony would not like. No, that's okay. I don't know what a Bezier curve is. And we're off Hook. Oh, well, we're back here. And we're gone. Ah, I have been webbed. I am slow. Ow. Final Fantasy 6? No, it clearly said 3 when we loaded it. No way everyone keeps mentioning Final Fantasy 6. That doesn't exist. It goes 1, 2, 3, 7. We beat a boss! One, two, world, 2, 3, 7. Right, see? This is quite the victory dance Jack does. Back to school Dinkos! Jack being extra just comes with the territory. Fair enough. Oh, Jack's house. Why are you in my house? Also, is this actually a Castlevania? Or a Metroidvania? Because all of a sudden, it looks like I can explore inside my house and keep exploring in town. Okay. Jumping off the ladder is a little bizarre. Oh, hey. Okay, we're back here. Feel like I'm having a fever dream. It is considered a Metroidvania. Okay, I'm actually kind of interested in checking it out. Like, for real. Because it actually controls well. Boat I can't get on, which is ridiculous. I think Jack should be able to steal it. Ah, the 90s, when game execs looked at every AP and thought, this would make a good platformer. Ah, well, I have good news for you, Kevin. That continued into the 2000s with several of these as well. Burkadoo! After the Lamb of God, what prayers to the priest pray silently? I've been told before, but got curious and don't know how to search for it. I didn't get a name of it. I don't know the name of it, to be honest. Now that you say that, I'm like, I don't remember what it's called, but there's actually 2 options. And it's basically a prayer of penance. It's a prayer, it's very much kind of the same prayer as, Lord, I am not worthy to receive you, but only say the word and my soul shall be healed. It's a bit more extended, but it's basically a prayer of the priest saying, look, I'm a sinner too. I am not worthy to be receiving the Eucharist in this moment. And yet, in your love, you are giving it to me. And there's a great line in one of them that I love. I forget exactly how it goes, but it's something like, let these gifts, and they say it in the Byzantine tradition as well, let these gifts not be for my... Yeah, I know, I turned it down. I didn't realize how loud it was at first. Sorry. Each of these games is on their own volume, and that's a problem. There's a line in it that's like, let these gifts not be for my condemnation, but be for me a remission of my sins and a healing of my mind. Not mind, body, and spirit, but essentially that same concept. Like, let it be a holistic healing of my whole self. I think it's quite beautiful. It's a great question. It's still louder than me. Well, it's a really loud game. And I hear myself better, I think, in some ways, because I'm so used to it. Kevin likes the bells. Yeah, and unfortunately I can't modulate the audio easily. I have to do it with my mouse, so sorry about that, y'all. You're most welcome. It's a great question. Again, this gateway looks like I should be able to get through it, because there's stuff over there but I'm clipping into the building. Yo ho, fight me! Fight me, you coward! Oh no, he fought me. Never mind, you cannot defeat Jack Sparrow. Oh. Right. This game. A treasure, let's pick it up. A treasure room. I'll send in my fish. No, come back here, treasure. Yes, get in there, my fish. Oh yeah, we got a dinglehopper. Look at these games. Aren't they neat? Wouldn't you think his collection's complete? Dang, Flounder is strong. Why is he always hiding? It's more Donald Duck. I don't own Donald Duck and Maui Mallard, and I should have thought to get that. That would have been perfect. Or sorry, Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow, as it's known in America on the Super Nintendo, because that game is weird. I played that? Of course I've played Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. That game's existent. Oh my goodness. There we go. Now I'm getting the running controls. Oh, you had it on PC? I didn't know it was on PC. That game actually has a really funny story. So it was originally released on the Genesis as Donald Duck in Maui Mallard. In Brazil only. It came out on the Super Nintendo in '96, which is the same year the N64 came out, for the record. But as Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. So, also good to see a Beer Fox. Yeah, it's about 20 games. Is that Jackie Chan? Well, since I knocked him down, he's more like Jackie Can't. Oh no! Such game, such ADHD. Mulan is defeated. Shan Yu conquers the Imperial Army and rules China with evil tyranny. Wow! Options do I have? Music, That was on easy? Gotta find out what hard is. Like Health was Pictures, but yeah, it's that in the Super Nintendo one as well. Because the kid had such bad ADHD, they set up multiple board games around the room. So they take one turn per game so you didn't have to sit there forever. That's actually not a terrible idea. Oh no. It's Mulan, but different. And I believe Beer Fox, you meant
The French.
Yes, watch out for chasms. Not poisonous scorpions or weird evil dragonflies or anything like that. Wow. Okay, so you can't just get right underneath that. You have to jump into it, but, ooh. Mind the gap. Thanks. Thank you, British Transit Authority. There we go. Okay. We did it. We got onto the vine. Chat, he did it for the vine. Again, we recorded all the station announcements some years ago. Oh, where am I now? Oh, we're back to Final Fantasy 6/3. The widow of the man who recorded the original audio used the station. Use that as special arrangement for it. Yeah, I've heard about that. It's really special. Oh, and okay, so Step Zero just really likes those opening credits and wants to keep seeing them forever. I get that Flounder can go through these openings. You don't have to keep reminding me. Stay away, evil urchin. Or get bubbled, I guess. Find the gap for a points gap. That's ooh. Why do they even let me control Ariel? Like, all this game is just Flounder doing stuff for her, so why not just Have me control Flounder the entire time. I'm stuck inside the bubble. Then the Disney Renaissance happened, and Disney contacted her saying, "We need you on our press junket yesterday." Every time it freezes to switch, I swear it has crashed, and it makes my heart kind of stop for a moment.
This is gonna be useful. Ow! Hey, Turk.
I like that you can get Turk to like appear for a moment and then disappear. If you don't actually want to listen to her. No. You know what? Okay, I don't want that fruit. That fruit doesn't spell Tarzan. Oh, this section controls weird. Can people meet deadlines, please? I mean, if history has proven anything, probably not, unfortunately. Swinging on the vines is impossible! I've already missed the T, and there's an A down there. Oh, well. Never said I was going for 100% anyway. And quite frankly, it's going to be a miracle if I complete a game. I think the best chance of actually beating a game is honestly probably... what's it called? Hunchback of Notre Dame, because that's basically just a collection of mini-games. Pooh? I don't know how long Pooh is. For all I know, Pooh is like an insanely long game. Tell you what, chat, we're going to take a commercial break. 27 minutes? I don't believe that. We're going to take a commercial break. Don't go away, though. We're going to keep going. Like I said, we're probably going until about 5 or 6 my time. But, you know, we've been going a little over 2.5 hours almost. So take a chance, get up, stretch your legs, get a drink of water, do what you need to do. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. right, we are back. Gail said to rotate your fluids, so I'm doing that. Am I doing it right, Gail? Is this how you rotate your fluids? Anyway, let me get this fired back up. Dive back in. Wow, and there's no audio. Ow!
Code Red! Move! Move! Move!
Go, Sarge. It's a bad idea to be parachuting right next to an active helicopter, but, you know, what do I know? This game is not great at communicating what is and what is not a stable platform. Well, and also Woody's height. The height of his jump. Like, this is a platform above me. I just can't jump high enough to get there on my own.
Ow!
You'd think a question mark balloon would have good things inside, but no, it's marbles that hurt you.
Yeehaw!
Ham, you want to talk to me? Ham? Ham? Hello? Ham? Ham? No, you just want to dance? Okay, Ham. No, get the turkey. Excuse me? There we go. Why are there snipers all over Agrabah? Why is Aladdin so slippery? I jumped! Oh. Oh. It's a good thing there's a 1-up later in this level, because otherwise I'd be getting a game over. This run's going okay. There we go. Bad Roxy has redeemed a father joke. I have an announcement for whoever stole my copy of Microsoft Office. I will find you. You have my word. That was actually good. Well, I'm glad I have your approval. I will poke you. With all this gold, we should be able to afford something special, like the end of a mission. Thought I got that gold earlier, but apparently not. Didn't it be a pig? Perfectly cromulent password. Oh dear. Destroy merchant vessels. That isn't very piratical of you. How so? Venture too far from port. High winds will blow you back. I think it's quite piratical to just blow things up. Oh, I get it. Okay, those bars at the top are my cannons for port and starboard. Destroy them, you can't loot them. Yeah, but sometimes you just need a hobby. You can't let everything be work. Shark? I found so much treasure. Treasure fell from the sky. What? What? I was just getting an explanation on this puzzle. Please. Oh no! The geese hate Pinocchio too! I have no idea what just yeeted me up here. And I don't know how to get down off the wall here. So when do the insane robots with a crush on Pinocchio show up? In the sequel of Lies to P. Or Lies of P. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. All of my instincts of platformers of moving to the right and up are not working. Hello again, Alethea. Tuning in while you stuff envelopes, that's fair. You've missed much confusion and pain. Yeah. Yeah. Well, these are the things I do for myself. If I've learned anything in my 2 years of streaming, it's that suffering brings in money. Consider myself fortunate then. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy, school. That's where a real boy would want to go. So that's where Pinocchio would want to go, right? Oh, hello, Blue Fairy. I did something right, but they want to stay home and play video games. Yeah, but Pinocchio doesn't know that yet. Oh, right, this stage. I hope Junie isn't watching. Honestly, these mods have some of the best looking sprites in the game, I think. Oh no. That oh no was not in response to you, Brett, I promise. It was in response to Mulan. I have a distinct memory of being ill, having to miss class for junior high, boot up Final Fantasy X-2, then vomiting NyQuil all over myself. Thank you for sharing that memory with us, Gale. I'm also not surprised. Mulan is not herself these days. Well, she's Ping right now. It is a very human moment in my life. Yes, it is. Okay, well, I didn't take damage, so... Mulan, please. Please. Your jump is dying. It needs to succeed badly. Thank you. Oh make a sprite out of you. Funny. Ow. Ooh. Glad I could cancel that jump somehow. No! That's not where I meant to jump. What? Okay. We're back in Wonderland. Boing, 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 boing. Oh dear. I told you mushrooms were bad. That's one way to cancel jump, yeah. I wish it could cancel the game. Aw, Mini Alice's jump is weird. And I can't destroy the frog! Why even have me become large again? If you're just gonna give me another mushroom. You see how I like clip into these platforms when I jump? This is also GBA, right? Looks fun and I might have to download it. Does it look like fun? Now wondering how many of these have dark interpretation video games. McGee, Liza P, Pooh. Yeah? Old Jank just hits different. That's valid. Oh, apparently I have to be big to get through here anyway. Do I have to go all the way back just to get a mushroom that... Or do I have to go up there? I'm gonna go up there first. All this almost licensed music is giving you a nostalgic feel. Oh, I have to get the key. That's what I have to do. Yeah, look at that jump. I clipped well below that platform. I just manifested on top of it. Ow! I was busy jumping up here. Find a key. Well, I found a key. Yeah, let's put a red background on a red hazard. No one needs to see it. Why can't I get the star? There we go. Where did this clock come from? The jump in this is so floaty. You're going to Alice and immediately get hit by that clock. Yeah, probably. Just imagine hearing this while you're between contractions. Oh my. I don't think that's a good idea, but, you know, I've never been in that position, so. Why is your gun full of bees? You're going back to Alice has the same threatening energy as you're going to Brazil. Should I have that be a sound redeem on my channel? You're going back to Alice? One, two, three, four. Ah, that. I thought that was only 4. So it was 6. I'd rather play Alice GBA than Mulan GB. I mean, is that saying anything? What? I just fell off for no reason. Gotta go back to easy mode. Before you log off, you have to rank all the games. Okay. I can do that. I know of at least one game that has not come up yet. First, appreciate I have 2 articles and at least 1 scripture reflection to write by the end of tomorrow. Oof. Those articles requires me to get a call back. Meeting tomorrow from 9 to 11. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, prayers to you, Britt. Prayers for fortitude and not prayers for but you know, for wisdom in it. Yeah, if you want prayers for too, I mean, you can have them. I mean, I probably need those prayers more, but... Why are you not grabbing the rope? Come on! Please. Move on. Someone just told... You said Black Flag has been tier at best. You know lying is a sin? I mean, I'll be honest, it is solid for what it is, but for all that I had heard, I was underwhelmed with it in the end. Gamesy Spiker penance enough. Yeah, just look at this one. This one's penance enough. This is supposed to be Mulan. There we go. Hello, Mayor. What are you doing in my house? Which game hasn't shown up yet? Well, I'll give you hints to it. It's one of the 7 Princesses of Light, and it's a classic, very early Disney movie. Amiga Cammy, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Snow White, got it in 1. The classic Kairi game, yeah. Fortunately, I couldn't get anything representing actual Kingdom Hearts due to the budget cuts, but, you know. It's the prequel game, yeah, it is. And it actually plays well. I'm having fun with it. Like, I actually legitimately want to explore this game in full. Was drawing for the donation? So the drawing, if you donate today using my link, your donations will first of all be tripled and go to support all that we do here at Busted Halo. You will win a Let Us Play sticker, you will win a Busted Halo sticker, a Busted Halo ornament, and a signed copy of Hook on the Super Nintendo. A signed copy. Signed by me, I should say. It's not going to be signed by anyone who developed the game or the movie. But it is a piece of Let Us Play history, nonetheless. And I'll get the rest of the Busted Halo crew to sign it too if you want. Are all donations being tripled or just the wing donation? All donations! I can't shoot upward while jumping. Only while standing. Look at that shooting upward animation. That's extra. Please get the ornament. When did you donate? Because it's not every donation that gets an ornament. It's like the first 100. Donated 12:01 a.m. Fair? Then yep, you're good. Let's not use that Danny Elfman music, though. I mean, this evokes the Danny Elfman stuff, and they did use some of it earlier. Plus, licensing fees are expensive. Jack's house is pretty big. Yeah, no, this one actually plays well and feels good. Like I said, this is what I'd be like actually interested in exploring. Maybe on like a Throwback Thursday or something. Hey, there you go. Hey, look, we're back in Final Fantasy 3/6/2/9. And we're gone. Oh, we're back here. Them some nice credits. Yeah, those credits go on for a while, too. And we're going to see them on stream in full at some point, because I do intend to do Final Fantasy 3/6 on RPG Monday at some point. Oh, great. It's the first boss, and I have 0 lives. Ah, come on. That should have counted as a hit on him, not me. Is 6 the same as 3? In America, yes. Because there's a weird thing where they didn't release all of them in America. So I think American 1 is Japanese 1, American 2 is Japanese 3, and American 3 is Japanese 6. And then with 7, they decided to return to a common numbering system. Oh my gosh, we beat him. That's huge. Well, we're done with whatever level that was. That guy's programming is perfectly timed to snipe you as you land there. It's kind of annoying. Actually, not kind of annoying. It's very annoying. It's kind of ridiculous. Huzzah, are you in the Hook fan club? Beer Fox? Because ain't no one a fan of this game. But you're getting a copy anyway, winner. Zankazad beating a level. Ah. I fall for it every time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 7 times. Shut up. Oh, that's why I couldn't fly over there. I wasn't waiting long enough to get all of my flight. Well, and I died anyway. I was attacking the other direction. That's a hitbox. I'm not falling for your bee trick. No, your bees home in on me. This is cheating. Smart bees. They're government bees. Okay, we're back in Agrabah. You'd think they'd have learned that IP does not make good game thanks to ET. No, everyone forgot about that because they buried it in the desert. I jumped. I adamantly disagree with you, game. I jumped there. Nope. Whoa, that was close. Yeah, Beer Fox, you'd think they'd learn. And yet also, you know, human beings can be greedy. I mean, how often do we not learn from our own sins, unfortunately? I forgot apples were even a thing in this game. That might have made a lot of the earlier levels easier, but we live here now. Me every time I pre-order a game. Given the theme of this thing's clearly licensed IP does not equal a bad game, Kingdom Hearts makes money hand over fist. Smith says it might be a good gamble. Yeah. I mean, and I am obviously a Kingdom Hearts fan, as it's the first game I played on stream. I don't think that's much of a secret. But, ooh. Man, Kingdom Hearts can make some bad games. Oh, right, we were goat bowling. Oh, that's bad split. Okay. I don't think these pins have much in the way of physics. Considering giving DDD another try, but I have so many hours in the year to devote to gaming. That's right. I liked Dream Drop Distance. I know it's certainly not the best, but I think it's a pretty good mobile one. Really like seeing these platform games trying to make your own 16-bit platformer. Hey, that's awesome. I'm a huge fan of the 16-bit platformers. I don't know why I'm getting Esmeralda applauding me all of a sudden. Is it because I'm in the 10th frame? I feel like I've gotten way more than my extra frame, but I got 111. I think that's good. I don't know. Like, I know in regular bowling that's not the best, but there's only so many pins in that one. There's only 6 instead of 10. So, catch the fool. Done. Oh, I failed. Another thing. Oy vey. This too shall pass, Britt. This too shall pass. Can it pass faster? I wish I had the ability to do that. Alright, you take care, Gale. I don't know how long your meeting's gonna be. Oh, right, Who dancing? We forgot the order. Very good! You messed up. Good job! You got a minigame. Isn't this all a minigame? I'm so confused. We'll see when if you get back, Gale. Hello, Owl. I'm psychic. Hello, Pooh. I'm looking for something good. Sorry, not this time. Oh, bother. I'll try again later. Farewell, Owl. Wow, Owl's really holding out on us. A seedling. I thought I got carrot seedlings. Oh, bother. A hungry Pooh went to Rabbit's house. For honey. Must go, so I guess you can finish the credits. Hey! We'll find out. Oh, well, thank you for the 300 bits before you go. Speaking of the credits, look what we rolled into. Never mind. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. No, 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 no. I don't need that. No. No, I don't need the steam bar open. Passion fruit licorice. I got that yesterday. So many flavors. Truly all the flavors of all time. By the way, Chad, I think you'll get a kick out of this. The way that I'm randomly switching games on command, like when we get the bits, because the program is doing it itself randomly every 30 seconds to 5 minutes. But then I'm also capable of triggering it on command. I have a macro that is running in Microsoft Excel that creates a text file that the program looks for and will basically see it and delete it in order to trigger a switch. Hey, Agostino. How you doing today? Merp. Oh. Oh, thank goodness we're still alive. You never know in Hercules. Nope, stay away from me, Dragonfly. Don't mess with me. I have the power of God and anime on my side. I'm happy I can be your chore background noise as I yell at bad video games and question my life choices that led me to this day. I kid. I love you all. I love getting to do this, and today has been a blast. Just run Hercules. Right, pirates. Oh, that's how you fire further away, okay. One cannon and a ship explodes. That's a Hercules game? Yeah, that's a Hercules game. It's a Disney Hercules game. I wanted to do the PS1 one, but the discs were too expensive. I actually bought it on Steam, but I wasn't able to extract the file in a way that I could get to work with this. So I gotta need to turn this down because this game is loud. Stop blowing holes in my ship. I think I just blew up the entire ship. Well, we managed to blow up a ship. Ow. So much for that heart I just got. I don't know where we're gonna restart. If we have to restart at 1-1 or if we restart at 1-3. I hope 1-3. Nope, looks like we have to restart all the way at the beginning. Oh, that's... No! Oh, thank goodness! Is it just me, or do those frogs look like the Hello My Honey, Hello My Darling frog? Is this Disney getting revenge against Warner Brothers? Is that it? You know, normally when there's a star in a game, it's a good thing, but here it's evil. Who knew? Ragtime Gal is the name of the song. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you. I'm sure that frog has a canonical name as well, but... Ah, here's the actual boss. Whoop! Michael J. Frog. Did Michael J. Fox's parents name him after that frog? It seems like a very cruel thing to do to a child. Oh my goodness, we completed a level. This Toy Story game is something else. Yeah, it is. It just keeps going. That was just the first level. Yeah, look at how many games we've managed to play today. And how few first levels we managed to get through. Not Michael, Michigan. Michigan J. Frog. Well, that makes me feel better about Michael J. Fox then. Having flashbacks to this level and this and what's going on. Catholic Briz redeemed a father joke. You know, not many people know this, but I used to play in a band. But unfortunately, we never got a gig. You know, maybe in hindsight, naming ourselves 999 Megabytes wasn't a good idea. Like, I know there's something you're supposed to do with this bucket, and you're just supposed to, like, I can't just push it, which is what I'd like to do. You're a car, turn around it. Okay, here we go. This is not going to be enough time, unfortunately. That was perfectly timed. Was I going up or was I going down? I think I was going down. Because there's things down here. Okay. Come on, controls. There we go. Jumping off of ladders is probably the one thing in this game that does not feel good. Zero! Zero, my boy! Why are you flashing? Wait, you were bait? For a trap? In my own house? Oh my goodness, this is a Castlevania game. Look at that map. Concept art of a slug. I heard Castlevania, I'm back. Yeah, it turns out this Nightmare Before Christmas game is a Castlevania. Well, Metroidvania, but I'm just gonna keep saying Castlevania because I think it fits. Thematically. Oh dear. Full spooky, you can fit. Exactly. Wow, this sent me far back. Or was I supposed to be going up there? Dang, I was supposed to be going up there, I think. Killed Zero. No! Wasn't my fault. Wait, Zero's already dead. Zero's a ghost. You can't kill a ghost. Talk, tick, talk. Why do I feel like I'm going backwards? Because I am. I'm going back towards Halloween Town now. I went the wrong way! Okay, that death animation is... Okay, wow, that death animation is a lot. That is so Castlevania. The tick-tocking rhythm of this makes me think of Something's Up with Jack. Why are you spitting an egg out of your mouth? How are you spitting an egg out of your mouth? Dang it. I think it might just be a segment of its body. Who's hungry visit? All right, I'll give you as much honey as you want, but only if you win a race. The first one to rabbits, house wins. We must throw dice to see who goes first. Go ahead. Now I'll throw the dice. Who goes first? Any of my cards do anything? This is Pooh's favorite. What does it do? Explaining the card should... reading the card should explain the card. I'm eating that. Wait, that was a lose your turn? Cheating. Rabbit set out traps. Yours. I lost 2 turns? I'm so mad at Winnie the Pooh game right now. Yeah, okay, you can just fall to your death too. That's cool too. Yeah, I'm back. You expect me to finish up half an hour ago? Nah, this is a marathon. We're at least going to the usual time, if not a little longer. We might wrap up this portion soon. I might do a ranking and then I have another surprise I can do. Hey, a little cheesy. I hate that I'm getting good at that first section. If I say as I take damage. We found it! Snow White! Last game! My A and B buttons do literally nothing. Can't interact with him. Hey, Mithril.
This is dated.
This is also Game Boy Color, I think. This one is, but Mulan isn't. Yeah, Mulan is on the Game Boy for some reason. I think it was because it's cheaper. How do I switch pieces? Oh, that controls not well. Look at that, I actually beat a level of a game. I think this game has more plot than the original Snow White movie, to be honest. Oh good, now I'm looking for butterflies. So this game is literally just a collectathon. It's a walking simulator. It was ahead of its time. I'm missing all the story. Yeah, well, you know, it's Snow White. But I think the cutscenes here have more story than the movie. It's just like Banjo-Kazooie. Basically the same game. Can I even walk off the edge here? I can, okay. Not that it means anything. Also, why is this music so ominous? I'm collecting butterflies and there's bunnies frolicking about. Would I rather befriend a dumb bear or a mean bird? I don't know, Kazooie's pretty funny, but Banjo just seems like a big ol' sweetie. He just wants to give everyone a hug. Oh my goodness. Actual gameplay. This is your chance to catch Pikachu, right? Oh, I wish. Is that what Mulan is throwing here? Pokeballs? Just can't catch anything? Except for Donny Osmond? Yeah, this game is showing up a lot. I think the shuffler knows it's a bad game. Oh, catch a Pikachu in the maze. Could be. I'll name it Dopey. Okay. I was trying to press up because you need to press up to catch onto these ropes. But pressing up also canceled my jump. It did look Viridian-esque, you're right. I hate how good I'm getting at this. Okay, there's the pillar with the... Father Evan's Mulan speedrun. No, I don't hate myself that much. You're supposed to freeze the game there and press down. It skips 2/3 of the level. Oh no! But look! We beat a level in Mulan! And now we're... okay, this level's a choice. This is a choice of gameplay design. I hate it. Please do not design a level like this, kids. Oh yeah, like the LCD video games? I know what you're talking about. Am I just swimming the whole length of the what is it, the Yangtze? Is that one of the rivers in China? Apparently all the animation budget went to these guys diving into the water. What? I got stuck! No! Thank you, Shuffler. Well, maybe not. Just went down even further. Yeah. Yeah, that's an auto scroller where you get stuck on the geometry and it's just Crash Bandicoot. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a very blatant ripoff. Although this... Oh, never mind. We're back at Little Mermaid. Oh, no. A shark? I have to start over, but I need to remember... No, this is going to take forever because we're going to... Okay, I was worried we'd not get there, be warped away, and then warp back at some point and have to figure it out. And be like, what is this game we're playing? Yeah, I've already done that. And if we're in a hurry, why are you showing me a ghost of myself doing it? Wow. That roll animation. That is... Ooh. Oh, well, that part of the ship is missing. They don't need a steering wheel. Wait, did I have to restart the level because I missed? No, okay. Okay, apparently it doesn't need the wood. The wood is a hazard. Oh, it's the glowing things that they need. Okay, that makes sense. Were we just here, but in black and white? Yeah, but there's not mermen in our way. I don't know which button is B. The Game Boy's map's weird. Okay, I thought I put this into the thingamajig, but apparently not. Honestly, it's this roll animation that's getting me the most here. Look at that stuff, isn't it neat? Yep. Prince Eric will keep on longer if he has his book. Yeah, exactly. Well, my ship is sinking, but hey, I can read Moby Dick while it goes down, so... Do a barrel roll. Ariel can, in fact, do a barrel roll. What about Rick? Ah, he can read over Eric's shoulder. Oh, why? Why? No, I got stuck. Is this gonna make me restart? Oh no, it's gonna make me have to remember the actual password. Oh. Oh look, it's oh no. Shoot. Password 1 2 3 4 5. I wish. Why can I not just grab a block? And I died. Yeah, tell you what. It's almost 5 o'clock. At least you don't have to pass through as complicated as the song Deadlock. Yeah, that's stuck in my head. Mario could trip shroom by holding a turtle, but Mickey couldn't tap that worm with a block. Nope. Anyway, I've got a second surprise for y'all that fits into the Kingdom Hearts we have at home's theme. This has been a blast, don't get me wrong, and I would totally be open to doing this again. But I like Gail's idea of actually unplug those. Of ranking these. So I actually want to take a moment to set that up. Where's my booth button? There it is. My desk is littered, by the way, in case you were just joining us and have missed it, today is Giving Tuesday. All donations given to Busted Halo will be tripled. If you donate through my link, you'll be entered into a drawing. And for that drawing, you will receive... Oh, wait, Steve, I don't need you. Busted Halo sticker, a Let Us Play sticker, a Busted Halo ornament, and a signed copy of Hook on SNES. Which I think typifies today. But I'll be the one signing it for clarity. But a fun piece of Let Us Play memorabilia, and something wonderfully unique. Did we not play anything else? We barely got to play any Beauty and the Beast. It barely came up. Okay, we got to play every game, so I'm going to pull up a tier list generator. Gonna make a single-use template. Shoot, is there a way to do this? It's just text. Okay, we're gonna do it this way. It's a little jank, but we live here. Must we be present in chat? No, I'm not even gonna draw it today. Gonna draw it probably tomorrow, before I even go live. Don't worry, I'll be DMing whoever wins and all that. So anyway, so we've got this tier list. Let's start. So the first game on the list alphabetically is Aladdin. I'm gonna put that in S tier because I love that game. I unironically would just play that game. What if I don't know how to use a computer and I win? I think you're in good company then. But I think Aladdin, it's a fun platformer. I unironically have played that game many a time. Is that why you donated so many bits? But yeah, I think Aladdin, it controls well, it looks good. 10 out of 10, would play again. S, solid S. Number 2, Alice in Wonderland for the Game Boy Color. I'm thinking C. It was playable, but it was kind of weird and jank, but not terrible. Is that what the button does? Oops! Oh, my bits! Beauty and the Beast, I feel like we barely saw, but at the same time, I have played it enough to know that it controls like butt. But it looks good, so I'm going to put it in C tier. Cinderella, surprisingly enough, also going to go in C tier, because it's at least playable. Final Fantasy 3, easy S tier. Don't even have to talk it through. You said Mulan is SS. No, it's really more like triple S. And by that I mean it's wrapped around and is like it's a Z. It really is Z tier. Just absolute Z. Hercules, that's easy D. Hook, easy D. That game was not good, controlled poorly. But it is iconic, hence why it's being given away. Hunchback of Notre Dame, I'm actually going to put at B tier because they're fun mini games and they're well made for being on, the OG Game Boy. Lilo and Stitch, B, it was perfectly fine. Ranking is also left to right, so Alice is better than Beauty. I mean, yeah. Lion King, A, I think. It's good, but it is a little hard in an obnoxious way. Little Mermaid, that's an easy D. That game was boring. I know I'm not the most talkative when I'm doing this. Apologize. Magical Quest, I'm going to put that in A. I think the later Magical Quest games are better. But it's still very solid. Capcom did good work. Mulan! We're not even putting Mulan on this list. Pinocchio, C. Pirates of the Caribbean, I'm going to put it here in C. I might give it a B if I played more of it. Didn't seem awful, but it didn't seem great either. Snow White, basically unplayable. Mulan's so good, it's off the charts. Yeah, exactly. 10 out of 10. Tarzan, I was actually kind of digging Tarzan. I'll put it in the B category. Like, I wouldn't mind playing that again. Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, I'll put in A, not S, because some of the controls were a little jank, but it's the main game out of all of this that I actually legitimately just want to play on my free time. B Gore. Toy Story. That's a T because that thing's has no clue as to how to actually play it. Winnie the Pooh. It's a fine busy box. We'll put it in C. So there's the tier list of Kingdom Hearts we have at home. Actually, kind of a decent spread. A lot of middle tier, but pretty good weighted towards the upper end. Yeah, I definitely want to check out Nightmare Before Christmas on my own time, or maybe even on stream at some point. So, and Mulan doesn't even get to be on this list. It's below everything on so many levels. It should not have existed. So, that is that. There's your tier list. You can take a screenshot if you want. A line better than Final Fantasy VI. Okay, it's not necessarily left to right. Everything in this list is here. It's because I'd put Winnie the Pooh over Pirates, honestly, and put Pinocchio over there, but I'm not getting into the weeds that much. But I do have another surprise. So if you'll give me a moment to set it up. Stitch deserves C for Voodoo. You're not wrong. The weeds is where you get engagement. I thought playing shuffled games for 5 hours. How long has it been? 4 hours was enough engagement. But, go off, King. The wheel of sugar. I mean, candy. Yeah, that's also where you get engagement and pain and suffering. $3 at a time. Hey, I appreciate it. No pine cones. Darn. So, let's play some actual Kingdom Hearts, shall we? I know you can't quite see everything because of the overlay, but you know, it's Kingdom Hearts. You don't need to see that much. Got just a little file save of doing friends. There's different colored kyber crystals? Yeah, I have every color. Because I have my own lightsaber, so I can change the colors. Anyway, so this is a very special version of Kingdom Hearts. So here we are. Let's go to the world list, shall we? Nerd. Yeah, you know it. Okay, so we can go to Traverse Town, Wonderland, Olympus Coliseum, Monstro, the End of the World, Hollow Bastion. What's going on? I'm so confused. So this is version this is a randomizer version of Kingdom Hearts, so if you thought that's what today was going to be, you're kind of right, but it's still mostly wrong. But I'm doing this as what's known as an archipelago, so there are about 6 of us playing different games, some people playing multiple games, and everything is shuffled together. So, for example, here I am, and I need to be finding the evidence for Alice, but the problem is the evidence is not in my world, the evidence is in someone else's world. So I can't even actually complete this. Send Petonia key. I'll keep looking. Now the interesting thing too is that all the stats. Oh, it's so quiet. After Pirates, everything seems so quiet. So the stats of what I have are also randomized. So Kingdom Key starts with 12 power. I also started with the Dreams items, and the Dream Shield has 13 strength, which is the max, which is kind of bonkers. But yeah, I just got Blue Trinity, so I'm gonna kind of explore around and do some of those. Because I think I'm at a point where I can't necessarily do anything until I get a new world, or I get something to advance the worlds I'm in. But I already have Glide, so that's cool. Really could use High Jump. That's honestly the thing I'm looking forward to the most. I can't compete in the tournaments, the Olympus Coliseum yet, because I don't have the invitation from Hades. Because when that cutscene played out, I got something else. So I guess I'd go to Hollow Bastion, because I haven't been there yet. This is the only world I haven't been to. Oh, also I managed to make 2 Sids at one point. Because there's the Sid in the accessory shop, and then there's the Sid where he sells you the gummy stuff. But the problem is that the game hasn't flagged, like, the thing that gets Sid to leave his accessory shop hasn't happened. So I can go talk to Sid, and then I can go talk to Sid. Wait, without High Jump, I don't know if I can even do this. Ooh. This could be bad. Hey Mel, what's ambrosia in Hades? Because that's what I just sent to Peter. I've sent it to him a couple times, so I have the feeling it's a like healing item. IDK, but I have 2 of them. I don't know what they do yet. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get to there. A gift to get favor with the gods. Like nectar, but better. Oh, okay. Currency item in Hades. Give it to the gods. There you go. Well, then that's a good thing, I guess.
No vessel.
No, we don't care about the plot today. We know the plot to Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is light. That's all you need to know. Now I'm curious what happens if I leave Hollow Bastion. We know the plot. No one knows the plot. Exactly, we know the plot. Wow, I sent a whole heart to Bree. For those who don't know, that is just like a basic healing, single in-the-moment healing in Legend of Zelda. It's not that useful. Yeah, a whole heart. Just a whole human heart. Hey, K-Max! Thank you for the 10-month resub. Doing well. We've been doing Kingdom Hearts we have at home all day, so I figured it'd be perfect to add the Archipelago randomizer I'm doing for that. KH1. I've had too much hot oil chili crisp to my ramen, I think. I don't believe you. Because there is no such thing. Woke up from a nap. Sounds like you needed it. Prayers for healing. Hope you feel better soon. Well, I just found 2 different kinds of keys for Map Pack. I found keys for his Hades run, and then the Key of Hope, which is a musical key. It's the kind of heat that sticks around on your lips for a while. Yeah, chili oil's great. Especially crispy chili oil or whatever. Crisp chili oil, I forget what it's called. Well, I just found you a Soul Greatsword, K-Max. Is that good? Or a Mendicant's Staff, is that good too? I don't know Dark Souls. Lao Gun Ma, that's good stuff. As good as the Mega Elixir I found you? Oh! I mean, a Mega Elixir is good. What about Northern Armors? Northern Armor good? I literally know nothing. I'll let Beast handle those. There's the door. Work on soul embroidery tonight. Hopefully that'll be calming. That'll be good. When do you need to put it away in a cabinet? I don't understand the problem. I'll attack you with my sword. I wonder, actually. Wait, I can switch back to a real weapon at any time. While I'm here, how big in comparison? What's the fabric would you estimate the cross? I mean, there's really lots of different ways you can do it. I'd say at least leave like a centimeter and a half centimeter of distance from the edge of the stole to the cross to estimate its size. But I've seen some where it's just like an itty bitty thing, and I've seen others where it's, you know, fairly large.
Come on!
Okay, I think the game, even though I have a real weapon, the game is locking me out of doing any actual damage. Not
See
positive.
ya! Come on! Come on!
Well, thank you for the 3 stars, K-Max.
Take that! This is it!
Whoop.
Heal. Force.
Embroidery is hard. I'm trying to get you into it. I mean, it depends on the complexity, too, of what you're doing. I think across, like, what Brent's gonna do is, you know, it's gonna be some work, but it's not insurmountable. Yeah, no, I like the kind of relying on each other to complete a game kind of thing. What was I gonna look for? Oh, right. Oh, I think 3 stars is a Donald item. No, 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 no! Those fatted kidneys. Your 1940s sewing machine is nuts. Do another all-day archipelago? I think Kingdom Hearts 2 you could definitely do as an all-day. Maybe even Kingdom Hearts 1.
Come on. Heal.
Dark Souls might be too much. But Kingdom Hearts 2 is really easy in Archipelago because it just was, okay, well, here's all the worlds. Go get everything. Whereas 1, in order to unlock a world, I need to get an item. This might be a very bad idea. Or is this going to respawn me? It's going to respawn me here. Oh, we're going to another world, because I'm actually not high enough level to even fight Riku yet. Which is awkward. So I hope it gives my teammates back when I leave. Otherwise, I might be stuck. Yeah, being able to do all the little things, it was, you know, it's like, oh, someone needs me to go here and get that item. Okay, give me 5 minutes. But right now, it's much more like, oh, hey, I need you to get this item. It's like, cool, I can't get that until I get this item from this person, but they can't get that until they get this item from that other person. Yeah, I've seen Gale's sewing machine. It is very impressive. Product of West Berlin. Oh, no, no. Unfortunate. Thought I could fly over the top of that. I don't have Green Trinity, so I can't get the thing up there. Might just barely be able to get to there. Which, if we can do this, we can actually probably clear out Monstro. Which is good, because that'll give us more things in Traverse Town. Going to equip a longer blade. Well, that is very heartwarming, though. Oh no! No, 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 no! I can't get up there because I need high jump to even clear here. Dang it! Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, also because I hadn't talked to Pinocchio and I wasn't supposed to be here yet in terms of like story progression. When I spawned in, I didn't get the opening cutscene you usually get in Monstro. And Geppetto was actually standing where Pinocchio normally is, but he was like inside the chest. It was very funny to see.
Heal! Come on! Come on!
I did it. Now I just have to beat this boss.
Come on!
At way under level. What is this monster? It's a stomach parasite, quite literally. Like that's its description.
Take that!
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Come on!
It's literally a level in Okami. It really is. Got item. What did I get? I got Titan Blood for Map Pack Hades. So hopefully this means that now Geppetto will be here in Traverse Town. Yes, he is. I see his house. Great. So that'll give us a few more checks. So yeah, you see Sid up there? Where Sid is supposed to be later in the game? You can talk to Sid and he'll be like, oh yeah, give me money and I'll give you gummy parts. Well, he's also still running the accessory shop. Geppetto boss fighting keeps talking about Carlo. Wrong game. Pinocchio? Okay, you've cooked something up. Some darkness, great. Uh-huh, uh-huh. What you cooked up this time? My fire? That's huge. That is huge, actually, because I've been needing that. Okay, Max, I found a trinket for you. Because I have not been able to get in to see the wizard, Merlin. What number was it? 12. Aren't you in the client? You should just be able to see it. I don't remember Sora floating everywhere. He gets glide after not Pinocchio, Hook, Peter Pan's world. He gets glide. So you really only have it in the last few levels, ordinarily. Oh, come on. I was there. I don't... But it's really useful to get things later in the game. I pressed triangle. I don't know why he was just like, cool, I'll walk into the water. My kingdom for a rewind button. At least I have dolphin kick, so I can swim fast. You're just gonna get stuck if you roll your eyes that way? Good. Okay, finally. Oh, Homeward Bones. Skip this cutscene. Hello, Merlin. Situationally useful, but appreciated. Well, good. Yes, the gambling is over. Who won all my points? Gonna hop off and leave work? Alright. Hey, take care. We'll be praying for you, Brett. Soon we'll be done in half an hour. Yeah, we're probably gonna wrap up here pretty quick. I have a couple torn pages so I can do things in here. My boss accidentally called my due date my expected arrival date, which is a term we use for inventory at the warehouse. Oops. The new inventory is here. It's a healthy baby. Excuse me, I should have torn pages. Oh, there it is. Of course. I'll return it. I don't think you can do that. I've played this game enough to know how to do this mini game and how much it barely works. In the KH2 randomizer, all the mini games are sped up by like 200%. So it's they're just like instantaneous. Like you blink and you miss it. It is so weird. Okay, Pooh, you've got all the time in the world you want to eat honey from the highest nooks of this tree. Go ham wild. Aron Wind, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. What did I get? Dark gem. That is an item. So I can do. Oh shoot. Wish I was just a little black rain cloud. Oh, you already started out stuck. Okay. No, I'm not bringing you more honey. It's so weird what's a skippable cutscene versus not. Oh, right, the demonstration where Owl just decimates the crop. Okay, thought I was underneath that, but... Kingdom Hearts, how random, baby Tony. Totally random. I haven't found your keys, but I found other stuff for you. Ambrosia, that's what I got you. Oh, I'm not doing well this minigame. Eh. I saved all the carrots.
Oh, what's going on?
I forgot where I was supposed to go. I forgot. A little push. I can do that. Yeet. He friggin' forgot me. Oh, Coke Zero, you're such a special
Bother.
cat.
Oh, where am I? It's ever so dark in here. Well,
Just gonna post that in the chat one more time for today. Donate link to support Busted Halo on this Giving Tuesday. All donations will be tripled. It is because of your generosity that can continue to do this ministry, and blessed to have it. But you know, if you're not able to give at the side, that's totally good. Don't worry about it. But if you do give through that link specifically, you will be entered into a drawing to win some Busted Halo and Let Us Play swag, including some stickers, a Busted Halo ornament, which is a highly sought after prize, and I will sign a copy of Hook on Super Nintendo, which is one of the games we played today for Kingdom Hearts we have at home. So a piece of Let Us Play history and memorabilia. Come on, Pooh. Pooh is a waddling. He's doing his best. Found out your mom is Paddington Bear? Well, you didn't tell us your mom is a celebrity. Eats your toast with orange marmalade. Ah. There's a video of the Queen and Paddington Bear sharing toast, and it is adorable. The Queen really had a great sense of humor and a willingness to act. You know, so she did that. She did the, at the Olympics, the James Bond bit. Like her more than King Charles? I mean, yeah. I honestly would not be surprised if Charles abdicates at some point, and his firstborn, whose name is suddenly escaping me, I can see his face. William. I could see William making a declaration that he's the last monarch to actively rule, I think, and turn it into a purely honorary role. I could see that happening, but who knows? I'm not British. I'm not a member of the royal family. Oh, Song of Time for Bree. That's pretty big, actually. I like to pretend that my last name, I'm 5,684th in line for the throne. It's good to have hobbies. I had to stop and think what your last name was, but also not dox you. I don't think I have anything with Fairy Godmother to turn into an item. Nope, I have no gems. Yeah, that's everything. That's everything I can do right now, I think. Because I can't beat Riku because I'm not powerful enough. Because I'm still only level 21. You really should be like level 40 to 50 by the time you get to Riku there. I think, if I remember correctly, something like that. Either way, I am way too weak right now. I can't do anything in Alice's World because I don't have any evidence turned in. I can't compete in the Coliseum. And, I can't go any further in the world, end of the world, because again, level. Yes, that's everything. That is everything I can do right now in this archipelago. But we got some good stuff done. And I think that was a nice way to cap off Kingdom Hearts We Have at Home. So thank you so much for tuning in to let us play on this special bonus stream of Kingdom Hearts We Have at Home for Giving Tuesday. It has been a blast to be here with y'all today. It was a blast to play all those fun and strange and ridiculous and bad games all together, and to play them so unexpectedly. And the great thing is we could do that again and it wind up with a completely different experience because maybe we'd have less Mulan. But you know, thank you so much to you, you know, to everyone who contributes to support this channel, either through subscribing, giving bits, donating to Busted Halo, or just watching, simply being here, being a part of the community. Thank you so much to you to helping build it up. It means a lot to be a part of this and to help with this. And it has been a real gift to have this as a ministry for the last 2 years now, which is wild to think about. Where's the time gone? But yeah, but thank you again, you know, especially to anyone who has donated today. But you know, donate. There you go. Last chance. If you donate, you're entered into a drawing. First prize will win a limited Let Us Play sticker, a Busted Halo sticker, the Busted Halo Christmas ornament. And let me tell you, these things are collector's items. They are highly sought after. We have people, we give them away to like the first 100 donors first thing in the morning, and they go quickly, like 12:02 quickly, like that early. And I will be signing a copy of Hook for you. If you want the other members of Busted Halo to sign it as well, I will gladly do that. We'll make it happen. But I think this would be I thought this would be a fun memento and sort of unique item, if you will, almost like a trophy in a sense of your connection to Let Us Play. So keep an eye out for that. If I want everyone to say it, all right, well, I will keep that in mind. I'll try and announce the winners tomorrow, but I can't guarantee that. We'll probably still be sifting through Giving Tuesday things. But yeah, so again, thank you to everyone who's been here, checked out the YouTube, checked out the Discord, followed, subscribed, given bits, donated, all that good jazz. Thank you so much to you. And join us again tomorrow for Midweek Minecraft for the regular stream. And Thursday, we're going to be playing putt-putt games for Throwback Thursday. Just some fun, chill stuff for December. Next Monday, no stream, because I'll be in the air. I'll be flying back from LA. And then the rest of the week will be as usual. And we will be returning to Victory at Hebron for Spirituality Tuesday next week. And I think that is everything. So again, thank you so much for being here, and let's see who's live to raid into. Gonna send you on over to Katie Fu 32. She's a friend of the channel, friend of Brits. She's a good person. Looks like she's doing some sort of quiz of filling in all the nations of Asia right now. So I think the raid call should be Myanmar question mark. Just Myanmar question mark. I think that would be a fun one. So maybe it looks like she doesn't actually even have it yet. But yeah, so go give her some love. She's a good person. Fun person to hang out with. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless.